We're going to be on normal. And then we do confirm. We don't want to do the DLC because that gives us extra money and things we don't have normally. But yeah, this is Suikoden 1 Remaster. 108 star. Forgot to set my turbo button. A lot of this first few minutes is just exposition and plot, setting up the first part of the game. So, for the remaster, obviously you can dash now and you have diagonal movement, but when Tio's following you, they actually disabled both of those things. Presumably because they didn't make sprites for Tio dashing, because why would they? You only have him for like a minute. And this is, the diagonal movement aspect is based off the PSP version, and that's how they did it in that, is that they didn't have it for when Tio's on your team. And you also can't do diagonal movement, I believe, during the very brief section when you control Fudge later on. So, I am not really a good source of knowledge about this, but the OG version of this game, over the past couple years, the runs have been kind of optimized through like full game RNG manipulation, which allows you to get the Holy Rune, like at the very beginning. It allows you to like farm for certain drops that make boss fights more optimal. It allows you to, like if you did 108 star, it allows you to optimally get the drops for the Opal and the Nameless Urn. And this all like unfolded like well after I kind of stopped running the original version. So I don't have the knowledge of like exactly what that entails, but in the remaster that RNG manipulation kind of doesn't exist as far as we know. So it's kind of a return to how the run used to be, for better or for worse. I know Tom and Zero, who both of whom have done very good runs with RNG manipulation, like that more than just like kind of the crapshoot certain aspects of this run have. But like I routed this game, I think in like 2012-ish or so. It was a long time ago. I can't definitively say that I was like the first person in the US to do it. It's just that I don't remember seeing anyone else stream speedruns of this. But obviously there have been Japanese runners before me, but like people came along after that and did runs, most of which were better than mine. And then at some point they found RNG manipulation for like the Holy Rune, and then I guess it kind of snowballed from there. But as you'll see with, I believe Tom's running any percent tomorrow, there's like 3 major RNG roadblocks in the first like hour of the run, and that's for both runs. And in 108, there's a lot more after that. So, since this is kind of a marathon, I'm kind of gonna do an overabundance of safety precautions. The first of which is I'm gonna try to get level 2 before this first boss, because otherwise it's a little risky. So it'll probably take, like, unless you get a specifically good fight, it takes 2 battles here. Like, there's certain enemy formations in each area that will like, this is ideal for what we want to do. And I don't think we got, like, there's 2 enemy formations in this island that give us level 2 in one fight, and we didn't get them, so we had to take 2 fights. But if you're level 1, the golem can kill somebody, and we don't actually want anyone to die. Like, ideally, nobody would ever die in this run, because the experience works differently in this game than it does in Suikoden 2. Like, as you saw in the Suikoden 2 run, when you want to level boost somebody, you just kill off everybody else. Experience does not work that way in this game. Like, if somebody dies, their share of the experience does not go to the people who are still alive. Their experience just disappears. Like, everybody else gets the levels they would normally, but the person who's dead just doesn't get anything. So there's no such thing as, like, level boosting in this version. With one minor exception, we're gonna fight a level 20 encounter when we're level 12, just to level boost our entire party to 22. But that's not really the same as what they do in 2. I'm pretty sure I saw after the golem, we ended up at level 3 with like 960 experience. We kind of would like to be level 5 by the time we fight Varkas and Sidonia at the top of Mount Safu. So, like I said, I am going to use probably too many safety precautions because this is a marathon run. And one of those precautions is going to be fighting more encounters than I would normally. Like, in like a RTA, there are certain encounters that you would probably try to run from because it's like, it's not worth the effort to kill. And there might be 1 or 2 of those, but by and large, I'm probably just going to try to kill most encounters. So, during that whole dialogue with Leknot, she gave Cleo a fire orb, which is very, very important for pretty much the first, like, hour plus of this run. Like, up until we go to the village of the Elves, we're going to be using the fire rune pretty much everywhere we can. And thankfully there's a rune shop on the way out of Gregminster, which we will use after talking to Craze and getting our next assignment. Another difference between this game and Suikoden 2 is that in Suikoden 2, if you level up a lot, like you get the MP that you would get from leveling up. But in this game, it's like Cleo, for example, started with no MP, and because she leveled up to 3, she should have 2 level 1 spells, but we're going to have to heal in order for her to be able to use them. So we're going to heal once we get to Rockland. So we want to attach that to Cleo. Now ideally we'll get a fight on the way to Rockland and get to level 4. I might just... yeah, there we go. There, we're normally level 4 after the golem, but because we got kind of lackluster encounters, I'm actually going to safety save. There is a chance that we could die to a... oh, don't mean that's bad movement. There's an unwinnable encounter halfway up Mount Safu, and you can actually get a game over to it, even though it's an unwinnable fight. So, that safety save is in case we get very, very unlucky and that kills us. So, like I said, ideally, by the time we get to the top of the mountain, we'll get to level 5. But it's doable at level 4, but level 5 will make it safer. But we're gonna, obviously, we're gonna let go fights that, we're gonna let go fights that we can let go, because that just wastes time to fight them. Because if we can let them go, then they're lower level. That's just a safety medicine. Alright, I don't like being level 4 for this, but... we might not get to level 5. So this fight is going to be unwinnable. After 3 turns, the story continues, but if we die in the second turn, it's a game over. The Queen Ant can do an AoE attack. If she uses it on turn 1, we would spend that second turn healing, because we don't want to die on turn 2. If we died there, it was no big deal, but we lived. Now, even though it's a unwinnable story fight, after this sequence where Ted kills the ant, only Ted gets healed. Everybody else is still kind of dead. So we're going to have to heal everybody. That lightning rune piece is just to give us a little extra money. I'm gonna try to farm for one more fight to try to get... oh, that is not gonna be it. I want to get level 5 before the bandits. If I don't get it, I don't get it, but it makes the fight a lot less dicey. Ah, screw it. Let's just go. Now, oh, there's the fight. Fantastic. Oh, I didn't get level 5 anyway. So, I've actually gotten a soft locked on this part twice, so I'm actually not going to turbo mash this text. Like, I've had it on 2 different occasions. Those bandits have come down, and then like, the battle just hasn't started. So we kind of have to watch our health and heal. Because we immediately go from this to the Varkas and Sidonia fight. And we want to be as healed up as possible. Because we don't want anyone to die in that fight. Because like I said, anyone dying does not give us any more experience. I think I messed up my menu there. Well, that's really bad. We could be dead. Alright. That could have gone worse. But thankfully Cleo didn't die and she got the 2 fires off to kill Varkas. I did not check, but we want Cleo to have 41 magic at this point. Like, we don't do a ton of stat watching in this run, but the one stat we want to watch is if Cleo has 41 magic, she will get a firestorm, which will make a guard fight in a bit substantially easier. If I don't get an encounter before I get back to Gregminster, I'm gonna have to open the menu and check. But I believe Cleo's magic can be anywhere from 39 to 42. And if it's 41 or 42, we're in business. If not, then we'll have to do backup strat. On the way out, we're gonna sell some stuff. We kind of don't need to sell Pawn's equipment, but we're gonna replace it later anyway. And selling Ted's robe was not necessary either. It's just a tiny bit extra money. Alright, Cleo does not have 41 magic, so we're going to have to do backup. And this is just a lot more exposition that's going to lead to us fleeing Gregminster. Ted got taken away to go see Lady Windy, and then, as we'll find out, it's because by doing what he did to the Queen Ant, Kanan figured out that Ted's got the Soul Eater. And that's bad news for him. Yeah, this is them leading Ted to Wendy, being like, "Yo, I know you got the Soul Eater. Give it to me." And Ted obviously refuses and fights his way out. And Pawn doesn't want to betray the Imperials because he feels honor bound to them, so he's gonna go turn us in. Under the guise of, I'm gonna go get some medicine from the shopkeeper. This is when Ted tells us about the Soul Eater and how it's one of the 27 true runes. And in order to ensure that it doesn't get into the clutches of Lady Wendy, he's going to bestow it on Tyr, because Ted is a horrible friend and wants to subject us to a lifetime of horrible tragedy. So dialogue choices in this game, I've noticed, don't pop up as quickly as they do in 2, so they're kind of a little slower to navigate. So we need to heal Cleo's MP before before we get to Rockland. If we had a firestorm, we would go ahead and heal now. But since we don't have a firestorm, I'm gonna wait and heal at Rockland. Because healing here saves you the screen transitions of going in and out of the Rockland Inn to heal. I think my favorite Suikoden characters are... It's not like one character in particular, but I think it's like... it's basically Gremio... Let me do this dialogue option first. It's Gremio, Nanami, and Leon when there's like a... For lack of a better term, a sidekick, like a BFF to the protagonist. Because the protagonists in those games are silent. And it's like they don't really have a much chance to express themselves. And a lot of their personality and expression comes from their connection to their... like their best friend, so to speak. So if we get into an encounter, I'll be able to see how much experience we have and if we're close to level 8. Close enough to where we'd want to try to farm for it. We probably aren't close enough to farm for it, which means we'll just have to do backup strats in Rockland. Which is fine, they'll work well enough. So it turns out the Imperials found us in Linen Camp, but we're gonna hide away to avoid capture with the Liberation Army, which was gonna basically set the tone for the rest of the game. because of our ordeal with Ted, we're basically harbored. We're basically like wanted fugitives now. So we're basically kind of forced, for lack of a better term, we're kind of coerced into working with the Liberation Army. Because this guy's going to tell us that Vargas and Sidonia have basically been held up, have basically been strung up outside of Grady's mansion to die. And that's kind of unconscionable for us to stomach, so we're going to go rescue them. And that kind of leads us towards working with the Liberation Army on a more permanent basis. Alright, so Victor joined us, but because of the formation, we had to put him back in the front row. So, the reason I don't stay at the inn there instead of in Rockland is because the inn is a little more expensive in Linden Camp. Probably not prohibitively so, but just we want to kind of preserve our money for this route. Alright, so we may actually want to wait. So we're actually close to level 8, so I'm actually not going to heal here just yet. I'm going to fight this first soldier fight and then back out, because the first soldier fight should give us enough experience to get to level 8. I don't know if it's faster to do it that way, but I'm going to do it that way. Just because it makes the third soldier fight a lot safer. So Victor set the mansion on fire as a distraction, so we're going to go in here. There's 3 forced fights. There's this one of 2 soldiers, there's another 2 soldiers, and then there's 5 soldiers. And that gave us level 8, which will give Cleo enough MP for a firestorm. Or enough magic for a firestorm. Like, the second fight is 2 soldiers. This is just some extra money. So if we have a firestorm, obviously we just do a firestorm and it kills everybody. If we don't have a firestorm, we basically just use flaming arrows on the captain, and then flaming arrows melee everything else down. And it takes like 3 or 4 turns depending on if Victor hits, if you get crits. It's a very winnable fight, but it's not. It's an annoying one. It's an annoying strat to have to do, because you could lose, like Gremio died. I had to do it in my first run, and Gremio died during the fight, which is not. It's not a big run kill or anything. It's just something I'd rather not deal with if you can help it. Very much the safer strat was to do what I did, which is if you have enough experience, like basically if you enter Rockland with at least 600 experience out of 1,000, those 2 soldier fights will get you up to level 8, and then from there you can go back and heal when you get level 8 and go from there. But otherwise, you just keep on fighting through and save your fire, and obviously save your flaming arrows for that 6 guard fight. I'm sure this is like a lot of people's opinions of this game compared to 2, and actually compared to the rest of the series. The major problem with this game compared to the rest of the series is that you only get 1 rune slot per person, and for some people that rune slot is fixed. And that coupled with the amount of forced party members this game foists upon you compared to 2 is it's a lot more limiting than the rest of the series in terms of like party flexibility. So that second chest, I believe, is another medicine if we needed it, which we shouldn't. That third is an antique. This 4th chest will be important in a little while. It'll be a wind rune piece. Assuming I'm not an idiot, we will not sell that. We will save it until we get to the dwarf village later. It's funny because I think Victor is actually not for the reasons that, like, not for battle reasons, but I think Victor is a little more important in this run than he is in the Suikoden 2 run, and it's only because we attach the Champions rune to him at the last, like, third of the game, which prevents a lot of the weaker encounters from showing up. But Victor is not a very accurate melee user. So he's gonna miss a lot of attacks, probably. Trying to read my text while holding down the buttons for this dialogue. Basically, Leadon invited us to rest at his inn and then gave us poison tea to rob us, not realizing... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, it wasn't that much money. 750 pots is probably not going to break us. I wouldn't normally... Like, I don't really plan on bribing any encounters until the very end because this is a marathon. And because for, like, at least the first half of this, we're going to want to be cognizant of our money. So we're just going to sell some odds and ends. Basically, if I get the clone orb, it's because it sells for 2,500, and it's to give us a little extra wiggle room for Tai Ho, which is not as bad in this version as it is in 2, but we still want to have some safety money for that. The problem is that we have to sell it before we get to Tai Ho, which means we'll have to sell it here or in Linen Camp or in Seika or Kaku. So I just sell it here. So basically we had, for plot purposes, we had blueprints for the fire spear, and we needed to bring them to Sarity to meet with Kage, who's going to go deliver them to Mos in the secret factory. And then we're going to run back, and the rest of the game will play out from there. So before the RNG manipulation was found, pretty much all the runs of this game, if you didn't get really, really lucky with a Holy Rune drop, you were walking through Mount Tigerwolf both ways, and that made this part of the run really annoying. But being able to dash coupled with diagonal movement makes this so much more manageable. In the original, the Holy Rune, I believe it drops off those mosquitoes. I don't know what their drop table looks like. I don't know if that just means they just remove the Holy Rune, because the Holy Rune's not an item anymore. So we never needed we never stopped to heal Cleo's MP because we get the auto heal. We get an auto heal when Ladon poisons us. So like I said, we're going to be using that Firestorm for at least 2 more battles, and then also a boss coming up. The scream wasn't added, but it was enhanced. Like, in the original, it was a more muted scream. There are a few sound effects in the remaster that were kind of juiced up a bit. So, because, like, we're going to need to use another Firestorm pretty soon, so I'm going to go ahead and heal here. And just because I'm paranoid. I wouldn't use so many safety saves, except I've had 3 different soft locks playing this game, so I'm just a little paranoid of them. Even if the spots where I got soft locks is, like, gone. So we had to choose a fake name to get through the fortress. Yeah, I'm almost positive the scream was in the original, but it was very muted compared to the remaster. So that little talk after passing through the fortress was kind of just Gremio being a bit of a goober. Like, because, like, the guards were suspicious of us, And then Gremio, to kind of help us get through, pretended that I was like being a troublemaker for them. And then he like begged for our forgiveness afterwards for being so threatening. So, for this sequence, I talked to Maythu and then talked to the kid. You actually don't need to talk to Maythu, but if you don't, it makes a banquet sequence later a few seconds longer. I guess because talking to Maythu cancels out the flag for that. Which is something that I never knew, because I always talked to Maythu first. Because I presumed you needed to. Alright, this is another Firestorm fight. Alright, that gets us to level 12. Yeah, in the original, Maythu says all of this killing in front of a children, and in the remaster they fixed that because they retranslated the dialogue. All right, and now comes the first RNG roadblock of the run. The first of about 40 of them. I'm supposed to go to Kaku to try to gain passage to the abandoned castle to use as our HQ. But before I do that, I'm gonna power level myself using a level 20 encounter in this forest. But I'm basically gonna farm for a very specific formation, which will take anywhere from... which could take... probably... honestly, it could take minutes for it to show up. And there's a chance it could kill us, so... I'm gonna safety save beforehand. We're going to be looking for 6 kobolds. Nothing else will get us to the level we want to get to. There are 2 encounters we could fight. 2 separate encounters. We fight both of them. That would get us to level 19. But 6 kobolds will get us to 22. Which I am going to go for. Perfect. Now, as long as they don't kill anybody, we're in business. I don't think they can, because I think Cleo outspeeds the archers no matter what. And there's level 22. I would heal afterwards, except I'm going to make another safety save before Tai Ho. So I'm going to heal then. But I'm actually going to go get Camille first, just so if I had to reset for Tai Ho, I don't have to see this cutscene again. I think everybody has their own... Everybody seems to have their own, like, dumb, badly translated line that they like, and they would prefer that to the retranslation. Because the retranslation is technically more correct, but the charm, the nostalgia of the original line is missing. So we need to heal Cleo's MP. Basically, the next boss is weak to fire, and boosting to level 22 gives us 1 Dancing Flame and 3 Firestorms to use on him to make the boss go a lot faster. And now we have to win a game of dice against Tai Ho in order to use his boat. And this will probably take a while. Or it won't, who knows. So he got a 3, so that could mean anything. 4, 5, 6, easiest game of my life. Perfect. Oh, never a problem. That's actually not the... That's not the bad dice game. The bad dice game comes later when we have to recruit Gaspar. That's the one that can ruin a 108 run. So, that dice game with Tai Ho is actually, I believe it's programmed to where Tai Ho cannot end the game on his roll. Like, he cannot get a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, or a storm. Or, roll one of the dice out of the cup. He has to... His roll, basically the game forces a roll upon you. So that you get, like, basically you get to play the game. I think in the remaster, Tai Ho can end the game on his own, but the runners of that game would be able to say for sure. Am I going to go for the haziness orb today? I probably should because I needed that money last time. But I don't remember how to do it, so I'm just going to skip it. My notes are pretty decently detailed, but they're not 100% accurate yet, because the baseline of the notes is my old notes from like 12 years ago. So I just kind of worked from there, but I'm gonna make it to where they're publicly readable at some point. All right. We kind of didn't want Camille to die, but she usually does. Camille dying is not a big deal at all because we're never going to use her again. Tai Ho can die, but if he lives, we're going to have him heal. And he's basically just going to keep everybody else alive, and then if they're healthy, he's going to heal himself. Yeah, I am not ever going to do a run that requires heavy RNG manipulation like the original does now. But the thing that I don't like about the run now is that if you want to do the manipulation, you have to have a PSTV or emulator. But now with the remaster, you can run that version if you want. So that boss can drop a lightning orb, and if he does, it gives us different strats for the next, for like a future section. But we didn't get it, so we're just gonna work without it. I don't remember what the drop rate on the lightning orb is. I want to say 25%, but I'm not but I don't know that for sure. I also want to say 11%, but that seems too low. So we're going to get our first optional recruit, which is Sergey. Basically, to make navigation easier, we want to get Sergey basically as soon as possible. Either on our way out of Kaku towards Kuon, or on our way back towards the castle after getting Lepant and all them. Just get him at one of those two places. I'm used to getting him first chance I can, so that's what I did. So we need to go talk to Lepant, but the butler won't let us in, so we're gonna sneak in with Kryn's help to steal Lepant's sword, which is gonna get his attention. And I am gonna safety save because we're about to have another RNG element that could, I don't believe it will kill, like, it doesn't really run the risk of killing you, but it can cost you a ton of time. We're gonna recruit Rock. And since I bribed that enemy by mistake, we're gonna get that money. This is just stuff to sell later. And now we're gonna hope this cooperates. Oh, not the first turn. What's less important, like the number of spins is important, but it's also the number of monster encounters. Because the monsters are resistant to fire. So... Oh, we have 2 dancing flames again. Well, that's very handy. So they don't die to a firestorm, but they will die to a dancing flames. Whoop, so close. I thought it was there for a second, but no such luck. Now that I think about it, I think one of the earliest forms of RNG manip found was to manip the wheel spin. And there we go. No manip needed. just get the roll. Just get across. Easy as can be. It's not something that you would ever plan for, But if you happen to get the Dragon Seal incense on the wheel, you could use that as a form of healing on a couple bosses. You would never ever like plan to get it, but it's one of those things where if you happen to get it, you could use it. Like whoever it lands on, you could kind of have them use it to bolster your healing more. It's never anything you would need, because the Dragon Incense heals everyone for 50. And healing is not like Suikoden 2, where people who use healing have like a speed priority. Like, it just kind of, whenever they get their turn, they use healing. So if we used any firestorms, we would need to heal before going after Lepant, because we need 2 firestorms in his mansion. But we only use the dancing flames, so we're good. Yeah, the Dragon Incense would work well on the Gigantes boss and the Dragon boss. But after that, it's kind of not really worth it. I mean, casually you can do whatever, but it's probably not worth it, because your HP just gets a little higher after that. Like, by the time you're after Quanda, your HP is already like 300 or so for your frontline people. I actually got the Dragon Incense on my first attempt of this, and it landed on Gremio. And Gremio using it, I had Gremio use it a couple turns against the dragon, which basically made the dragon even more trivial. Because Gigantes dies in like 2 turns, but the dragon takes like 5 or 6. But the dragon doesn't hit very hard, so you can you pretty much can tank the dragon if you need to. Alright, so we got Lepant and Pawn, so we can leave. Now, yesterday when I did my practice, I accidentally sold the Wind Rune, so let's not do that today. Yeah, I want to save the Wind Rune piece, the Strength Rune piece, and the Wind Orb. The Strength Rune piece we're gonna use on Pawn later. And the Wind Rune piece we're gonna use for the next section, as is the Wind Orb. So if we didn't get Sergei before, we would get him there before we came on the boat. No, the Wind Rune is actually going to be used on the next 2 bosses. We are not going to throw it at anybody. We're going to throw wind spells at the next 2 bosses. So this is just a battle that ends in 3 turns, so we just run away. I would consider myself as being a fan of Suikoden 4 more than most people, and I would still put it last of the 5. Like, I like that game, and I still don't think it's as good as the other 4. So Kirkus is going to be the catalyst to lead us to the next section, which is going to be the Elves and the Dwarves. We're going to add Victor, Eileen, and Luke. So for me, that party is pretty much the same, regardless on if we get the lightning orb or not. Like I said, the lightning orb can drop from the zombie dragon. And our strats will differ slightly depending on if we have that orb or not. Alright, so this is our first... this is kind of our first recruiting deviation from an any percent. We're going to recruit Sansuke and Moss. Yeah, I've heard that if you have no open item slots, you can soft lock if you get the lightning orb drop. That seems bizarre to me. But, yeah, I mean... So we would like to get some levels for Kirkus before the Dwarf Village. Because he's gonna have one of our wind runes, and we want him to have 2 shreddings for the bosses. We need that escape talisman. Hello? If we fought like 6 kobolds, I would just kill them to get some levels, but... I'll try to take a fight in Dwarf Trail to make up for it. Or if I might get a battle. Let me see if this battle works. All right. All right. Well, Kirkus still doesn't have a second shredding, so that's not good. We'll take a Dwarf Trail fight if we have to. So we're going to make a detour to the rune shop before we advance the story. So we're going to put the wind runes on Kirkus and Victor, and Luke gets the earth rune. If we had the lightning orb would go on Eileen. Valeria is about to join us, and if we do not have the lightning room, we're gonna boot Eileen because she doesn't have an orb. If I could talk to her. But if we did have the lightning orb, we would boot Victor. Because the next boss, Gigantes, is weak to lightning and wind. So if we have a lightning rune, we want to use it against him because that does more damage than the shredding. But more often than not, we're not going to have the lightning rune, so we're just going to boot Eileen, and that's the end of her usefulness in terms of actual battles. We gave the Earth rune to Luke because not only is he going to use it to kill mobs, but he's going to wear that rune for the rest of the game. That's not right. Whatever. I messed up my formation, but it's not that big of a deal. Actually, it is that big of a deal. Hang on. There we go. I forgot. I get 2 pieces of equipment, and they need to fall on McDole to be able to equip them easier. That's to give him a little extra armor for the duels that he's going to be involved in. So we want an encounter with multiple enemies, but not the Eaglemen, so that we can use the Voice of Earth to kill everything. That is not what that is. Because I think Kirkus needs one more. I want to try to get him one more level to see if I can get him a second shredding to make the boss a little easier. Alright, we're going to work with this. I don't know if this will work, but I'm going to do it anyway. Alright, it didn't get Kirkus a level, so that was a waste of time. Lulu sucks, I swear. Alright, I'm gonna maybe try to get one more encounter just to see if it's what I want. We'll try this one. I need to stay at the inn anyway. So, might as well use my last guy's voice. Alright, if that doesn't get Kirkus a second shredding, then whatever. I'll just make do with one. Alright, I always forget to attach the wind rune piece, so I'm gonna do that after I recruit Mies. So we're gonna raise McDole's weapon to level 8 for so that he's strong enough for the duels later. And then we're going to give Kirkus a boost because one level boosts his weapon to double the power. So basically, Valeria is warning the dwarves that Quanda has the Burning Mirror, and he stole the Burning Mirror blueprints from the dwarves, and he says that's impossible, humans can't break into a vault. So in order to convince him, we break into his vault. He's like, okay, humans, you think humans can break into our vault? Prove it. So we're gonna prove it. So we're free to use we would like to save one guy's voice so that we don't have to heal on the way out. But otherwise we can kind of use this guy's voice to kill big encounters in here. Alright, so this is like the ultimate baby backup strat for money, but last time I needed to do this, so this chest over here has a magic robe that's worth, I think it's like 7,500 potch. I wouldn't normally go that far out of the way for an item, but for a marathon run, I kind of would like my money route to be as secure as possible. Basically, we're going to use one Voice of Earth / Guy's voice on a soldier fight after this vault. If we save one in here, we don't have to heal our MP until later, when it's going to be more convenient. But thankfully that one fight seemed to be good enough to make it so we can let go pretty much everything but this. This is actually the ideal fight to get because it's 6 enemies. Best puzzle in the entire series. The tablet gives you a clue on what to do. Okay, everybody's healed, so let's see if this goes well. Oh, we do have a second shredding. Great. I think he dies this turn, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Okay, well then he'll die this turn. We didn't get lucky with crits and attacks. Otherwise he would have died in 2 turns. So we still have one guy. We still have one Voice of Earth, so we're not going to heal, and we're going to sell some items. Just going to give it once over, and everything's good. If we accidentally sold the strength rune piece, it's not the end of the world. It's like a tiny bit of safety for pawn later. It's probably not even worth getting, but in a run where I'm basically overdoing the safety precautions, I'm gonna pick it up. And now we just kind of run back. Because we proved that we broke into the vault, so the dwarf trusts us. And now that we have the dwarf's trust, we're going to go talk to the elves, who are definitely not being burned alive right now. They're definitely waiting for us to come back. They're absolutely not being burned to a crisp by the burning mirror as we speak. Pay no attention to the giant fire. That's definitely not the elves. Yeah, they're probably dead by now. I mean, the ones that didn't run away. The ones that ran away, they're fine. The ones we care about are still alive, which is Stallion. And the one that Kirkus is dating. We kind of care about her. So the burnt village has a weird hitbox of getting in. Well, I don't think they're the only elves that survived. By the way, speaking of sound effects that were juiced up for the remaster, Kirkus's ring is very loud. But yeah, I don't think they're the only elves that survived. They're the only elves survived that, like, are relevant to our purposes. I think. I don't know. Maybe they are the only elves that survived. Alright, we're gonna safety save. It's funny, because, like, some of the sound effects are, like, normal, but some of the sound effects they just went crazy with. It's like, alright, this is just gonna be 3 times as loud as it was. That should kill them. Oh, I got the leather armor. That's extra money. So this is leading up to our first war battle. And there's only 2 war battles in this entire run that could give us fits. And this is one of them. Every other one is, like, very predictable or pretty much predictable. So, Quanda is always going to charge on the first turn. So we're always going to use magic. And from there, it's kind of a crapshoot. The way war battles work is that the enemies have, like, a 5 or 6 attack pool, and they pull from that pool in, like, a 5 or 6 turn loop. So now Quanda can use charge, bow, magic in some order. He used charge, so now he's gonna do charge, bow, or magic. So we're gonna hope that Giovanni can predict what he's doing. He didn't, so we're gonna hope that Eileen doesn't die. Okay, so he's always gonna do bow or magic. So we're gonna do bow if there's another turn. Which there isn't, we win. Alright, that was alright. Yeah, his first turn is always charge, and then his next 4 turns will be charge, charge, bow, magic in a random order. Which is why we did Thieves, to try to ascertain what he's gonna do. Every war battle is like that. Every war battle has like a pool of attacks. And some of the pools of attacks are predictable enough to where we don't need to be lucky. We can just like the next war battle, I'll explain it when I get there. I gotta do this. I need to pick up the Iron Shield for money. So we didn't stay at the Dwarf Inn because this girl's gonna heal us. And then we're gonna grab the Gale Orb. So the reason we put that second wind rune on Victor, even though he has like no magic, is because of this fight. It's to give you an extra 850 damage against Dragon. And now we can pretty much spam attack plus Falcon Rune, and then heal. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Got a little sloppy because I forgot who didn't have medicines. We need to heal McDole to full so that the Quanda duel is a lot easier. Yeah, Victor would have the Victor or Gremio would have the Holy Rune in the original. Sorry, I kind of need to read the notes for this part. I don't think this kills. No, one more. I don't know how they do it in the RNG manip route, but I would always have the holy. I think I used to buy 2 holy runes, one for Victor, one for Gremio, and then I never had to keep switching them. All right, I also have to be careful because I don't want to accidentally execute Quanda. So I'm going to take this dialogue a little slow. Because killing him would be very bad. Alright, we managed not to kill Quanda. Because we have extra armor on McDole and a level 8 weapon, that Quanda duel is pretty much free as long as you don't mess up. And even if you do mess up, as long as you don't mess up multiple times, you will be fine. that bolstering up McDole is more for the second duel than the first. No, 107 star is when Pawn dies to TO 8 times in a row, and I just give up, and we just do 107 star. That's what 107 star is. Now we're gonna go on our first, like, recruiting expedition. But first we need to add some people. Since we have the strength rune piece, we'll use it on Pawn. Now, thankfully, in this version, in Suikoden 1, unless it's a super duper rare occurrence, Vicky cannot accidentally teleport you to the wrong place. If she can, it would literally be like a 1 in a million thing, because I've never seen it happen. So we'll just say that it's like an impossibility. Yeah, Jeppo always joins. Some people think you have to talk to him in the mansion. You don't. He always joins, no matter what. The only thing he does in the mansion is he turns off random encounters, and he turns off those robots that warp you in that one room. And now I'm gonna go to Kaku, and then... Oh, that's right, Pawn's still dead. Oh, I should probably do something about that. That'll probably solve itself at some point. And if not, I'll heal him. Alright, so... This is the dice game that I am dreading, because if it goes wrong, we will have to reload. Which is why I'm going to safety save after recruiting Meg. Which is why we brought Jeppo. So we're just gonna hope that Gaspar cooperates, and if not, we'll figure it out. That'll do. I mean, it's probably not ideal, but we'll make it work. Yeah, you absolutely can just like we're not gonna play that dice game again, but you could do that. I'm gonna go talk to Marie until she mentions that she needs a cook, which could take a while. In practice, it was first try. And that was 8th try. Alright, now I'm gonna hope that I didn't forget anybody. Yeah, the way that game has worked for me is that Gaspar either triple storms and takes 30,000 gold, or he rolls the ball out of the cup. Or he does 1-1-1 and gives me 30,000. Alright, so for this war battle, they have a 5 attack pool of charge, charge, bow, bow, or charge, 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 bow, bow. So they're never going to do magic. So if we spam charge, we will always be neutral or strong against whatever they do. If I needed a bathroom break, what I would do is I would set auto fire after talking to Flick, and that basically gives close to a 2.5 minute break, because this is all spamming text, and then it goes all the way until the next battle, and then this little fortress dialogue. Because this is like a forced battle that you cannot win no matter what. Alright, and we have 7655 troops, which means I didn't forget to recruit anybody yet, which is good. I kind of use the war battle troop counts as a way to figure out, have I forgotten anyone yet? Because each recruit has a certain amount of war battle units that they bring with them. It can be anywhere from like 5 to 1,200. I think Maximilian gives the most. I think Maximilian gives 1,200. Alright, we booted Jeppo, so we exit out so that we can recruit Kai, which is important. We're going to use him in a bit. So now that we have Stallion, it's a lot like Suikoden 2, where recruiting Stallion has given us quadruple battle speed and 100% flee rate if he's in the party. And world map dashing, obviously. The flee rate is only if he's in the party, though. It's not. I'm going to sell the Iron Shield and the Gale Orb. I might not have enough money. I just realized that. Like, I might be barely short after I buy the Earth Orb for Flick. It's not the end of the world, but it's an annoyance. It means I'll have to do what I did yesterday, which is do a little shopping later. I think it's quadruple. It feels like triple, but the Stallion's rune description says quadruple. Okay, I have barely enough money to level up Pon's weapon, but I don't have enough to afford his accessories yet. So I'll have to buy the accessories later. And that's why I got that magic robe from the Dwarf vault, even though it was way out of the way. Alright. So Stallion has an infinite use escape talisman that we are going to transfer to McDole so that we can use it for the rest of the game. Kryn also has an infinite use escape talisman. If you put the escape talismans in the vault, they lose their infinite use status. We're just doing a little bit of recruiting because we need to get level 3 castle very soon. So we're recruiting Antonio and Lorelei. So we need 76,100 potch to level Pawn's weapon up to level 11. And I think we're at 76. Yeah, we're like 475 over, which is barely over. This is to help him survive the duel against Tio, which is still going to be a crapshoot, but now it's a winnable crapshoot. And we're going to pick up some armor for him later. If we didn't have enough money... whoops. If we did not have enough money, we would have to temper his weapon later. It would require a detour, but we could do it. We would basically have to warp here after Sonia Prison. I guess it'd be after Scarletitia. Which is a side trek, and it costs time, but it's necessary. So So now we have to take this engine down to Recon, but because Stallion's not in the party, we either warp or we walk. And for safety purposes, even if it's a little bit slower, I'm gonna warp. So that music change means that it's a level 3 castle now. And we actually got a level 3 castle when Kamendal joined. And we're gonna stay at the end while these two install the engine. And after this cutscene, you'll see why we need a level 3 castle here. So we're gonna go downstairs. Upstairs. Lot says, find my cat and I'll join you. She doesn't do that until you have a level 3 castle. So that's why we get level 3 castle, so that we don't have to come back here, talk to her, then go get the cat, and then bring the cat back. Being able to do it then just saves us a trip to Recon. Like, we're not going to get the cat till later, and we're not going to give the cat back until a lot later. But being able to start it here saves us time. And I tested it. There's no wiggle room. Like, all the recruits we get before Gin and Kamendal, if you dropped one of them, you'd have to get another one somewhere else. And I don't know that there is one. There's Chapman in Anti, but you'd have to go get him. You'd have to go out of the way to get him. Alright, so now we need to go find a plan to bust Lucan out of prison. It's funny because I don't know if her name is pronounced Lot or Latte. I don't think it's Latte. But I've said both, and I don't know which one is right. If either. Maybe neither one's right. Alright, so we need to boot these two guys. We need Pawn to level up in Sonier, and we need Kai because he's going to help us farm for the drop we need out of Sonier. I mean, this is kind of a minor thing, but having a level 3 castle makes the menuing very slightly easier because level 3 castle moves Maythu and Sanchez and them to the 4th floor instead of the 3rd. So it just makes navigating the elevator a little bit easier. But the main reason to get level 3 castle early is to get is to be able to start Lot side quest when we do. Alright, I can't actually buy Pawn's weapon armor, but if we just need to open his shop so that so that Antai's inventory is available in our castle. And then we're gonna attach Flick's Earth Rune, and then recruit Jean. Now I can't remember for sure. I think I could sell Flick's Lightning Orb if I needed the money, but I don't think it gives me enough to buy the accessories that I need for Pawn. But I'm not going to sell it unless it's in my notes to sell it later. Because I think it sells for 4K, and the toe shoes cost 2,800 each, and I need 2. So I need 5,600 for Pawn. Alright, so now that we got Kimberly, we can go recruit Tesla, and then we're going to go back to the castle. I think he's like 24? He's 27 in 2, and 2 is 3 years after 1 ends. Oh. So, Suikoden 1 actually technically takes place over a 2-year period. So it starts 5 years before 2, and it ends 3 years before 2. So I guess he's 22 to 24. I need to heal Pawn. So when I said that Pawn's not being alive would work itself out, it didn't. I had to heal him. So now I have to get him some levels. So we need two things out of Sonia Prison. We need an opal drop from the nightmare enemy, and we need to get Pawn to level 29 or higher. If the opal takes forever, the levels will work themselves out. But otherwise, I mean, odds are we're going to have to farm for either levels or drop. So we'll just see what happens. The opal literally took me 8 minutes of farming last night during my practice run. It was the only RNG element of the run that was, like, bad. So... And I haven't got a single nightmare fight yet, so that's not a good sign. We also need to... because we don't have any extra money, we need to pick up the half helmet for Pawn, which is going to be in this chest. Which requires an extra fight, which is not a huge deal, because we have the extra Voice of Earth. Because those soldiers will not die from a united attack from Kai and McDowell. So Pawn's already level 24, which is a decent sign, but like I said, the higher level he gets, the better. And I think I need to get him to 29 plus to ensure that he can tank 2 hits from Tio in the duel. And that's why we bring Kai, by the way, is because that United Attack is gonna help us farm the Nightmare enemies a lot easier. Alright, so the next screen is where nothing bad happens to Gremio. So we're gonna farm here. Alright, Pawn is level 27, so I kind of didn't want the opal to drop so soon, because if Pawn's lower level, that's kind of bad news. Because it means the duel is a lot dicier, I think. Because the more levels he has, the stronger he is, and the more health he has to be able to survive. But there's no reason to fight anything besides nightmares. Not only because they drop what we want, but also because they're level 32, so they get more XP. Alright, Pawn's level 29, so as soon as we get the opal, I guess we'll just go for it. Oh, I don't need to do that yet. What am I doing? And this is one of 2 item drops we need in the 108 run. I think, according to Suiko's source, the opal is like a 2.7% drop from the nightmares. The risk of fighting that nightmare slime fight is that the slimes can drop antiques, which we have to get rid of. But any shot at a nightmare I need to take, because we need that drop. Plus it helps with Pawn's levels. Alright, Pawn's level 30. I think he was like level 32 in my practice run last night, so we got a ways to go. Yeah, see, I got an ornament. That's from the slimes. Ideally, we will end this with, like, $26,000. Because that will afford the accessories, and then it affords the recruit I need to buy later. Alright, Pawn's level 31 now, so that opal can just come along at any moment. That'd be nice. You know, I'm still not used to there being an auto battle button. I always scroll down to auto. And there I forgot to do speed up. Alright, we have more than enough money, so our money situation is under control. I mean, 2.7% is not a high drop rate. So, it sounds... I mean, I guess I haven't drilled into the numbers to know for sure. I haven't data mined it or anything to know for sure. But, I mean, it sounds... 2.7% sounds right. I mean, maybe it's not. Who knows? It says the nameless earn is 1.7%. And I think that, and just from feel, it feels like the opal drops more often. Obviously, this is not the most shining example of that. So yeah, the blessing in disguise of this farm taking so long is that our money situation was bad, but now it's okay. Like, we were very short on money, but we have now caught up. And we got an ornament. Fantastic. I love this for me. This is why the estimate is so high, because if like multiple RNG elements are this uncooperative, then this run could take a while. Like, we'll probably still be way underestimate, but I don't know. We'll see. No shortage of ornaments. That we will throw all of them away as soon as I get the opal drop. Because we actually don't turn the opal in until later, and I need to make sure it falls on Flick. So once I get the drop, I'm going to hand it to Flick, and then I'm going to throw away the 85 ornaments that have dropped. I think it's only been 2, but still. I had 3 drop yesterday, so I've got ornaments on the brain. But if the drop rates are right, this is easily the better. This is the better farm between this and the Nameless Urn, because the Nameless Urn. I mean, I'll explain it when we get there, but it's just more of a pain in the ass, which means it'll drop first try, and I'll look like an idiot. Alright, Pawn's close to level 32, which I think he was at last night, so... This is, turning out to be a repeat. And if we had RG, if RG manip was a thing, they would obviously manip a drop on the way down or back to not have to do this, but without RNG manip, this is what we do. Which I kind of prefer. I don't like doing RNG manip personally, but if it's, I mean, if it's in the game, then people should use it if they want, but... Like, the fights are quick. It's just getting the fights is the bigger pain. Okay, those percentages sound closer to how it feels. Like, 2% sounded like too low to me. But again, this is just going off a feel, and that's not really scientific. Okay, we are well over mine now. I mean, if this is the only thing that goes wrong, then that's fantastic. But there's a dread coming with Pawn's duel. Like, that's the part of this run that I dread more than anything. Because the duel you can do everything right in prepping for the duel, and Tio can just decide to kill you. And then you just have to reset and try again. What frustrates me isn't when it doesn't drop, it's when the encounters don't show up. It's when the nightmares... It's when I have like 7 non-nightmare fights in a row that I have to escape from. Basically, any encounter with a nightmare I'm just gonna fight and hope. And probably be disappointed. Yeah, pretty much. We just live here until the next section that walls us. Alright, here's our next roll of the dice. Bupkis. Alright, fantastic. Love it. Just love it. Oh, why would it drop now? And maybe the biggest kick in the pants is that the opal is to recruit a completely useless person. Esmeralda does nothing. So that's just like, yeah, here's this thing you farmed 10 minutes for. It does nothing for you. Like, Jabba at least can appraise your stuff. Esmeralda does nothing. I think she hangs out with Malik. Which is okay, great. Good for you. Yeah, she's on one of the war battle teams. Great. I could recruit a dog and the dog would do the same thing. And no, that's not a joke about Gon or Kuramimi. I mean a literal dog. Yeah, I've definitely gotten the Opal first battle. Like, I know it's a thing that can happen. I've had it happen before. Like, I'm gonna, like, this is not a that's never happened before moment, because this literally happened to me last night, but it is rare for it to take this long for me. It's probably questionable for me to fight the 3 slime 1 nightmare fight, but at this point I just want the thing that I just got. Alright. So, it was important that I did that menu because the Opal fell on Victor, and I needed to fall on Flick. Yeah, welcome in, Tom. I just spent like 15 minutes farming for the Opal, so you're just in time. It might not have been 15 minutes, but it was pretty close. It felt longer than yesterday, and yesterday took 8 minutes. So, there you go. Oh, by the way, Gremio's getting eaten by spores. So he's dead. By the way. It turns out when you spend 15 minutes in the basement of a prison farming for an opal drop, that gives Malik time to figure out what we're doing and come in and trap us with spores. So, there's that. Don't worry, because this is 108, Gremio will be back. And proceed to do nothing else. Okay, so this next war battle is 100% predictable, so we don't need to safety save. Also, I got an autosave it in Sonier anyway, so... So Malik has 2 turns where he's always going to do charge and magic, and then he's going to use an attack pool of charge, bow, in some order. Which means we can do magic to counter his charge. Then he's going to do magic, which we're going to counter with bow. And then, since he can only bow and charge for the next 3 turns, we're going to spam charge and kill him in 2 turns. Yeah, his next 2 attacks will be bow. So he's gonna die. So he'll probably die next turn. Yep, there we go. Easy. Now, because we spent a million years farming, I don't need to get the item in here to sell for money. I do need to bring pawn. We would pick up this spark orb if we needed money, but because we fought nightmares for 1,000 years, we don't need it. Now I'm going to be very careful and not kill Malik, because I don't want to lose the run. There we go. Now comes my favorite part of the run. Oh, man. So, because we didn't have enough money to buy his accessories before, we need to buy upon some accessories. And I'm gonna safety save, because I could die. I probably could have bought him some guard rings instead to give him a little extra defense, but I don't think it gives him an extra hit in the duel, so I just bought the toe shoes. Yep, perfect. Alright. So the strong, like, basically he counters everything. So, but the thing is, if we throw weaker units at him, his turn is shorter. So we're going to throw our 3 weakest charge units at him to make this war battle as short as possible. And now the fight's over. Because if you... I don't think anyone is killable in this fight, but I'm not 100% sure about that. It hasn't happened yet, so... knock on wood. But I'll tell you who is killable is Pawn in this duel that I'm about to probably lose. Like I said, you can do everything right here, and if he spams attack, we die in 3 hits. So, we're gonna see how this goes. Alright, so far so good. 106! This is the extra levels coming home. 106, that's the highest I've ever done. I think we're okay, but I'm not sure. Alright. Because of our extra levels, we had so much more damage. I have done that duel before, and Pawn did 80 damage a hit. Tio has 370 HP on normal, and the 20% buff or debuff that comes with easy mode or hard mode, that applies to duels as well. So he has 370 HP on normal, he has 444 on hard, which is basically an extra hit. And like I said, if Tio attacks 3 times, you die. So you have to hope that he defends your specials. Obviously, special is preferred because you can counter it. The strength rune piece that I put on pawn earlier basically adds like a couple damage per hit, which is probably not worth it. But the opal levels added 1,000,000. Alright, so we need to add... So we got to go get the fire spears now. And we need Malik because we're going to go recruit people that require Malik. And we need Tai Ho and Yamku to fight the pirates. And Stallion to help us run. And Hellion to help us kill the pirates. Yeah, I don't ever want the opal to take that long, but the benefit of the opal taking that long is that pawn has more than enough levels. So despite the fact that Kirov is this tiny little town, there's like a bunch of... It feels like there's a bunch of stuff to do here. There kinda isn't, but it feels like it. $75,000 potch. And that's without getting the Spark Orb in Scarletitia. Alright, this card game is harder in the remaster than it is in the original, because they made the times harder to beat. It was 15 seconds, now it's 9. And also, I'm bad at this game. So I'm probably going to lose. Yeah, not quite. I'm not smart at this game. Is the problem. I was doomed either way. Like I said, the time to beat in the original was 15 seconds, which I would have gotten by now. Alright, there we go. Yeah, they made... the Marco game is impossible to follow, and George is harder because the time is shorter. Like, every other change is... Like, there's been no other changes. They had to change the minigames, though. I don't know what the times were in the PSP version. Did I taste the stew in here? I think I did. I'm gonna taste it again. Well, obviously I did, because I can't. So something I still am having trouble getting used to is that if Stallion's in your party, you can run away from any encounter. I want to fight one encounter in Kaleka to get me a bit of a boost. And I got a Silverlet, which will do me no good. Talk to Blackman and don't step on his crops. Until now. I don't know the details, but it does feel, because you're technically moving 2 spaces at once, so it technically is faster, I think. I forgot to sell the silver collar too, so I guess I'll just sell that stuff whenever. Alright, because we have way too much money, we're gonna throw it at this ninja. And recruit Kage. If we did not have enough for Kage, we would have to come back later, which is not... It's not a big deal, but it's something I'd rather not have to do. I need to go get the 2 recruits that are in here. Actually, only one of them requires Malik to be in your party, but that's why we brought him here, is so we could get him now. And then back to Kirov. Recruit Melody. And recruit Lester. It's funny because that pressing up to speed up the dice and increase the rolls, it doesn't actually work. I mean, I haven't done it in the run yet because I haven't tried it on Tai Ho, but I mean, Gaspar just threw the dice out of the cup, so I didn't need it on Gaspar. I guess I could have tried it on Tai Ho, but I got Tai Ho first try, so I didn't need to bother. Okay, I would like it if McDole did not die in this fight. I probably don't need to attack with Tai Ho and Yamku, especially because Tai Ho just died. Alright, they're gonna die this turn, probably. Alright. Alright, I don't think I need to safety save, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And I'm also gonna heal. Which I also don't think I need to do, but... I mean, I need to make sure McDole's at full health. But besides that... Alright, if I did it right, I I should have 11,895. Yep. So obviously you just spam charge so that you fire spear him to death. I think this duel is free, but I'm not ultra confident about that. So we'll find out. That's why I safety saved, because I'm not 100% sure. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Alright. If McDole has enough HP to survive 3 attacks, that fight should be free. As demonstrated. That's why I would like McDole to be like 34-ish. Level 34-ish. You can probably get that with a fight in Kaleka of 4 enemies, and then the pirates. Oh, missed the door. I always think it's funny when there's this big dramatic moment about T.O. and his son, and then it's just like a victory chime because you got the level 3 spell. It's like, yeah, your dad died, but look, you got a new spell. This is the Necklord section of the game. Yeah, the Steam achievement is even funnier. Alright, we need Kirkus. Where's Luke? There's Luke. Alright. And make sure to come back in, because I gotta recruit this guy. This weirdo who cuts off heads. So, in order to recruit Ruby later, we need Kirkus to get to level 35. So we're going to bring Kirkus to the Cave of the Past to level up. And we bring Stallion not only to help us run away from encounters we don't want to fight, but also because he and Kirkus can unite to kill the encounters we do want to fight. Which we don't really need that anymore because of battle speeds. We could find other ways to kill him, but since we're bringing Kirkus anyway. Alright, buy 2 lightning orbs and flower seeds. And I already have enough money to do the mega safety strats for Necklord. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Yeah, I have forgotten Kirk twice. Like, I didn't forget him in runs, but I forgot him in practice and such. Like I said, I use the war battles as a way to determine, okay, if I have this many troops, then I remembered everybody. And Kirk adds 5 units, and it's like, oh, I'm 5 people short. I forgot somebody. And then I go through the list of 5 people who provide 5 units, and sure enough, it's like, oh, it must be Kirk. And sure enough, I forgot Kirk. Alright, so this fight with Necklord is impossible, so we're just going to run away until he kills us. It's not a 3 turns and then the fight ends. It's a fight ends when you die. 3 turns. 4 turns, perfect. It's about as well as we could hope for. And then Tengar is like, spare everybody and I'll come with you, and so off they go. Okay. My notes say to stay at that to rest, but I don't need to do that, so we're not going to do that. Yeah, there was a problem with Hell in the original version. Hell was a problem because it took like 15 seconds to cast. But because of the remaster and the speed ups, Hell is really, really nice to use. Alright, there's a couple things I need to... Alright, well, I already got the encounter I wanted. I think I'm already good on levels, because I think Kirkus gets to level 35 in one battle. But I'll fight another one if I find it. I need a window orb for Window, and then I need the War Scrolls for Hugo. Alright, level 40. I got an extra escape talisman, which I do not need. But we're good on levels, so I don't have to fight anything else. If I didn't have as much money as I did, I might, because this is a marathon run, I might take extra fights to bolster my money to be able to buy sacrificial Buddhas before Necklord. But because I have so much money because of the Opal farm, I'm just gonna go. Well, the sound orb girl is named Melody. That's barely better. They weren't exactly creative when it came to names in Suikoden 1. Does Stallion drop off in this game, or is it just that there's no... Does he not have a Unite attack to deal with? I don't know if he has a Unite attack in 2. That may be the problem. Because he's not a great fighter in this game. It's just... the Wild Arrow is a decent Unite attack. I've never thought that Stallion was a great fighter, but because of his rune, and because of his like ability to run away from every encounter, he's like pretty close to invaluable. It's just whenever we have a section with a boss, we don't want to bring him because we would like extra damage. Like, we're not bringing him to Necklord, even though he would help run away from battles in the castle, because we want extra damage on Necklord. There's a heal spot over here that I want to get. I'm not even sure I needed the heal spot, but it takes like a second to get, so I'm gonna get it. Alright, we're gonna get the Champion's Orb. And back in the olden days, I used to sell the Champion's Orb because I didn't know how good it was. But we're not going to sell it this time. We're going to keep it and attach it to Victor. And now we're going to get the Celestial Sword. I'll use the spare escape talisman we got. Alright, but because we brought Kirkus, we now have to swap him out. But we also need to attach the lightning orb, so it's not a big deal. We're gonna add everybody's favorite retranslated name, Glenshiel. Attach Champion's Orb. Attach that. Sell the Wind Orb. Sell the Fire Orb. I did need to get one for Stallion, but there we go. Oh, one more thing. That's for later. I don't need the sacrificial Buddhas for Necklord, but because this is a marathon run and I have extra money, I'm gonna get them. I would be fine with just having Mega Medicines on Victor and Hicks. But if I have extra money, I buy Buddhas. Because in any percent, you don't have access to the Buddhas. So you would just buy Mega Medicines. But since we have access to Buddhas, and we have extra money, I'm just going to buy them. It is not needed for this boss. But like, I did a run of this last night as practice, and I didn't use a single Buddha on Necklord because I kept Victor and Hicks on top of healing. But I think if Necklord spams AoE attacks, you can kind of be in a bit of trouble. But I mean, it's kind of is what it, like. If it happens, it happens. You just kind of have to deal with it. The problem is Buddhas cost 5,000 poch apiece, so if you don't have an excess of funds, it's not really a prudent strategy because you don't want to spend time farming for money for something you might not even need. Nope. Oops. We will get Buddhas before the Sonia fight. That's the one we need it for. Right. I'm gonna just dip in here to pop the autosave. Just to have it. I really don't think anything's going to go wrong in Necklord's castle, but a soft lock could always pop up somewhere. I don't know if I would fight that normally, but since it's a marathon run, I'm just kind of not doing any unnecessary risks. But we would like 1 or 2 fights before we, like, halfway up the castle. There's a coffin that will heal you. And we would like to get a couple encounters before then, so that we have extra MP for Necklord. So another encounter would be great. Like this. Bad menuing? Okay, I think I'm like level 42 now, so I might be good, but one more encounter wouldn't break my heart. But we're already here, so no more encounters. Like, the Champion's Rune, I don't know the formula, but it blocks out a lot of, like, single enemy encounters. Alright, fighting this is not, like, the end of the world. It just means that we won't get the benefit of the MP we get from that level, if any. No, it's not that. Because you can get encounters that you can absolutely let go. It has to do with the total level of the enemies. Like I said, I do not know the formula. But, like, a lot of encounters of, like, 2 or 3 enemies, we can just skip. But yeah, Julian probably has it. Alright, we're on a Black Shadow, attack, attack, and then throw lightning at him. Lightning and earthquakes. Necklord is resistant to to all magic except for the Resurrection Rune, but we do not have one of those. I mean, we do, but it's attached to Fukian, and we cannot remove it. Okay, I just remembered I forgot to give Hicks a sacrificial Buddha, so hopefully he doesn't die. Necklord will take about 5 turns to kill, maybe 6. This is the 4th, I believe. Pretty unlucky Necklord fight, but I'm glad I got the Buddhas, because that was not a good fight. He kind of spammed the AoEs there, and I was a little sloppy with whatever, but nobody died, so it was ultimately a successful fight, just not a very clean one. I'm also glad I remembered that I forgot to give Hicks a sacrificial Buddha, because I might not have healed him otherwise. Yes, Necklord also didn't die, because, spoilers for 2. We're gonna use this coffin again on the way down. I said we're gonna use this coffin on the way down. So Hicks dying is not the end of the world, because we're never going to use him again. But if he survives, then everyone gets levels, and our levels potentially will be high enough to let go any encounters that we would get, like that big encounter that I just let go. If Hicks had died and didn't have the levels, I might not have been able to let that go, which is why we would like to keep him alive. Plus, him dying does not give everybody else extra EXP, as I explained earlier. It would in 2, but it does not in this game. There you go. There's the Champion's Orb formula. And those enemies are all around level 45. The Champion's Orb sells for 100,000 Poch, which is why I sold it before, and that's what I used to that's how I paid for my Buddhas in my original run, but then it's like, oh, this is actually handy, let me not sell it. Alright, and now comes the Dragon's Den, which we have to bring Lucan because he's gonna diagnose the dragons. We're bringing Lucan Hellion because the next boss is weak to Earth. That's maybe the best change in the remaster is, let's go ahead and get the Nameless Urn right now. Give it to me. Yeah! Easiest game of my life. That's penance for the opal farm. No farming needed. Now, if I didn't have the nameless urn, I would walk to Anti, but since I got it... Alright, make sure it's on the right person. Yeah, it fell on McDowell, so we're good. Well, the dragons... We'll find the dragons in a vulnerable state. And they're like, oh, if only Dr. Lucan was here, he could diagnose them. And Dr. Lucan's like, hey, I'm right in front of you, idiot. And there we go. And here's the crazy woman that requires the opal. No, drops are not affected by luck. Some people think they are not. Otherwise, I'd be routing Meg into this round. I think she's the one that has, like, max luck growth. Now, I'm missing a hell. I hope that doesn't come back to haunt me in this dungeon. I don't think there's like a prevailing theory about Malik's dragon. I think it's just like... It's a way for Malik to get there and abduct Lucan while you're talking to him. There's not really a story reason for it. It's just like, this is how we get to this part of the story. Alright, Fuma's up here. Look, I'm sure there's some worse out-of-context quotes about hell with me in this run. So... recruit this guy. Yeah, see, if you didn't have Lucan in your party, Joshua would say, if only Dr. Lucan was here, and then you'd have to go back to HQ, add him to the party, and then bring him. So we're just gonna, so you just bring him straight away, and it saves the trip. So, that nameless urn that dropped first try, if it didn't drop first try, what I would do is I would go to Anti like I did, talk to Vincent, recruit Q Long and Esmeralda, and then I would walk around outside of Anti farming for the urn until I got it. And to farm for the urn, you have to use either Hell to kill the Holly Masters or Earthquake and Black Shadow. Not one of them won't kill them. You have to do 2 of them. And if it takes longer, if you run out of MP, you just go in and heal and keep going. It's not a good place to farm, but there's not really a better one, so that's what we would farm for it. I just got disgustingly lucky and got it right away. I might want to heal before the Crystal Core, because I'm not used to taking damage. Nobody has medicine. Fantastic. Well, it'll be all right, probably. He'll die in 3 turns, and I think his second turn gets skipped. So we just spam earthquakes and attacks. Menuing is still not great. Alright. Easy enough. Alright, now comes the cutscene. Yeah, Wendy has, she's using a rune to control Ted to try to get Ted to get the Soul Eater back from us. But apparently when Ted is close to the Soul Eater, he has temporary control over himself, and he sacrifices himself to the Soul Eater to prevent Wendy's plan from working. I think that's what's happening here. Thanks, Ted. Sorry you're dead. I mean, I think the way Ted talked about it, he's kind of like ready to die, but it's still kind of sad. We got the thing, so we're going to go back to the castle, or the fortress. So, we needed 3 ingredients to wake up the dragon. Our trip to Seek Valley was to get one of them. Ted is flying to the Emperor's Garden to go get the second one. And then Futch is flying to the... I think I said Ted. Futch is flying to the garden to get the second one. And Futch cannot dash, so... we're gonna baby crawl to the plant. He also cannot use diagonal movement. I was holding down dash just out of instinct. I'm like, why isn't he going faster? Oh, another reason the remastered translation is better, I'm pretty sure Futch just said smell you later to Wendy, which I think is fantastic. And now Futch gets now Black gets blasted to death, so worth it. Because the third ingredient was a dragon's liver. Yeah, I don't blame them either, it's just funny. The thing is Futch could dash in the original, so why not let him dash? Like, I don't need diagonal movement from Futch. You move him for 10 seconds. But why can't he dash? Like, it was just the walking animation but fast. So there wasn't a special animation. He just moved faster. I'd be fine with that. Again, we move Futch for like maybe 10 seconds, so I'm not upset about it. It's just funny because he moves. He can run in the original, sort of. He can run in quotation marks, I guess. Yeah, there's probably a reason. It probably has to do with the Holy Rune. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Like I said, we use him so much. We use him so little. Okay, so now comes the part where we gotta go rescue. We gotta go rescue Victor and Warren, but instead, we're gonna recruit a bunch of people because we don't have a better time to do it. We gotta go recruit some blacksmiths and some kobolds. Oh, thanks. Frickin' didn't mean to do that. It probably has to do with them removing the Holy Rune as an item, because I think that's what caused him to dash in the first place. But I don't think there's anything thematic about it. All right. So we have to recruit Gon, which requires Kuramimi to be in the party. We have to recruit Ruby, which requires a level 35 Kirkus to be in the party. And we have to recruit Fusulu, which requires 10,000 bits. And there's no time that we would come here besides making a detour, so we just save it for now. Oh boy. Here comes another fun part of the run. I get to play the frickin' coin game. Which is going to require me just blind guessing. So, I'm gonna safety save first in case I just get unlucky 10 times in a row. The good news is I have a bunch of money to play with. I cannot hope to follow this, so I'm just gonna mash the middle. Well, we failed. Oh, we'll try again. The thing is, we have to back out every time because you have to win 5,000 bits from him in order to recruit him. So, if you lose, you have to work against that deficit. Yes, this pattern is not followable anymore. Alright, there we go. Second try. It is followable, but I think you have to, like, slow it down to watch it. Because someone made a clip of me doing it, and if you follow the clip at a quarter speed, you can follow the coin. For all intents and purposes, it is random. If it was still a predictable pattern, I would probably use it at the beginning of the game to give me some extra money for Pawn's weapon. Alright, recruit Ikai. Recruit Quincy. And then we're gonna go recruit Jabba, Lot, and hopefully Clive. So I'm not sure when exactly we get level 4 castle, but Clive shows up randomly in the inn when you have a level 4 castle. I know he shows up after you recruit Lot, but it might be before. But if he doesn't show up, we basically have to leave the town, come back, and check the inn again. There he is. So I know it's like it's 90 recruits. I know how many recruits it is. I just don't know how many recruits we have according to the game at this point. Alright, we'll remove Kermimi and Kirkus. We're gonna add Stallion and Moose, because we need to go get Mace. Because there is a, like, this game is weird in that if a character has temporarily left you, they sometimes won't count as a Star of Destiny until they return. Like, I think for the Dragon's Den section, Kasumi and Kryn are off doing spy work, and they don't count as stars for whatever reason. So when you get to 90, which is at some point, like by the time I recruit Lot, I get level 4 castle, which is why Clive shows up. But again, I don't know when exactly we technically reach 90 recruits on this route. Like, I know level 3 castle is right after we recruit Kamendal, but I'm unsure about 4. I may look into it just because I'm curious, but it's not super important. It's just something I like to know from my own curiosity. Like, you need level 4 castle for Clive, you need him for Mace, and then we need to trigger Leon's recruitment, so we're going to do that next. So earlier when I said if we don't have enough money for Kage, we don't recruit him until later. I think we would recruit him now. There's not, like, you could recruit him anytime you warp back to the castle. You could just make a detour to the secret factory and get him. But my notes say get him now if you don't have him. Yeah, because I think if you recruit every star possible, like this is going off of something that I did 25 years ago, so this could be 100% wrong. But if check my notes, if you recruit every Star of Destiny possible, when you recruit Tengar, that's like star number 90, but because Victor left, you don't have level 4 castle yet. I think that's how it works. And I think the first chance you get level 4 castle is after the Dragon's Den. Again, this is something I did 25 years ago, so that could all be wrong. And that's talking casually, by the way. That's not speedrun route. That's like going to get Ikai at level 40. That's going to get Ruby and all those people. Alright, time to find out if I forgot any recruits so far. We need around 15,000 troops for this fight. So I'm just going to hope and pray that we have the exact amount of troops. We do. Fantastic. Alright. So this war battle is not predictable because there are no predetermined turns, and Griffith's attack pool is charge, bow, magic. But obviously he has 3,700 troops, so we can just use ninjas and it'll tell us what he's doing. If he uses magic, we won't one-shot him, which is a 1 in 5. Alright, but he's doing charge, so bye-bye. Because if he does bow, you can use charge and that one-shots him, and if he does charge, you can use magic and that one-shots him, but your strongest bow unit is not strong enough to one-shot him, which is unfortunate, but if it happens, it happens. Alright, so this part of the run, back when I did it on the OG, without RNG manip, obviously, would be a gigantic pain in the ass. But because Stallion runs away from every encounter, this dungeon's not nearly as bad. Also, Kryn is definitely gonna die because he is level like 7. Anything that hits him is gonna make him explode. But ideally, we're not gonna fight more than like 2 fights here, maybe 3. We just need big groups of enemies. Because it's 108, we're actually going to traverse this dungeon 3 times. So if we don't get it on the way up, We're not fretting. Oh, we brought Stallion so that we can run away from battles, and we brought Gledshiel and Tengar to get them levels for the next section. I don't want to fight those ninjas if I can help it because they hit like a truck. And I don't want to have to deal with that. Like I said, in any percent, you're running up this dungeon once to go rescue everybody. In 108, we have to come back up to recruit Vincent and also get the Mother Earth Orb while we're here. But the escape talisman does not work, so we have to run back down. So we're running it up 3 times. Because Vincent doesn't just leave now. Like, he could just leave, the door's open, he could come with us. I guess thankfully he doesn't, because the Mother Earth Orb is going to come in handy for the final boss, so... If Vincent came with us, then there would be no reason to go back up there. Like, the last boss is doable without it, but... as long as we're up there, we're going to get it. So now we're going to go back up there and get Vincent and the orb. I want to keep an eye on... I don't remember what the magic threshold is for 2 judgments. I want to say it's like 142 or so. But I'd like to get McDole to level 52 to give him a chance at getting a 2nd judgment. Which means we need to fight something on the way down. Not that. I need to do something about my inventory. Thankfully, I'm going to be able to do that after Moravia. Because I'm going to buy some Buddhas for the next dungeon. Am I going to have to farm for an encounter for Moravia? I don't want to take 4. I want a battle of 6. But we're almost out of the dungeon, so I'm going to have to farm for it, I think. No, Escape Talisman does not work in this dungeon. Otherwise, we would use it. Escape Talisman also does not work in Necklord's castle. I don't want that fight either. Alright, I'm going to have to farm for the encounter. Because level 49 is... I want one more battle. You know what? Sure. If this kills us, then I got an autosave. Dear God! I got 2 judgments. Hell yeah, we're out. I can't believe... No, don't do that. Don't do that. I almost completely messed up. I mean, I have an autosave, but... I almost made a very bad mistake. I gotta get these 2. I don't know if the blinking mirror, like, prevents them from showing up, but... that was almost a dire mistake. Thankfully, McDowell didn't die, because, like I said, those ninjas hit like a tank. That's why I didn't want to fight him. But I only got to level 51, but I guess I got lucky with magic, because I still had enough for 2 judgments, which is going to make the Sonia fight go a lot better. Alright, so we recruited Leon. Alright. I'm gonna rest at the inn. I'll buy some Buddhas. Yeah. I don't know if I need extras. 143, alright. And we're gonna attach this to Tengar. I thought it was like 142, but I guess it's... I have an Excel sheet that tells me, but I don't have the Excel sheet open. It's just kind of for routing purposes and for like testing stuff, but that kind of range. I would pull it up during this cutscene, but if I unfocus the window, it'll stop taking the inputs, which I don't like, so... Like, I think if you get to 53, McDowell will probably have it. In 52, he could have it. And I guess we got lucky, because I'm pretty sure he's only 51 and he has a second judgment. It might... Like, with one judgment, the Sonia fight is 3 turns. But Sonia is fast and she hits very hard. But... I guess I'll get to see if it's 2 turns with a second judgment. I would imagine so, because it's 1500 damage. I got Vincent, I got Max and Sancho, I got Leon, so I should have everybody that I need. I have, if I got everybody that I should have, I have 105 recruits right now. And I'll get, Sonia will be 106, and then I'll get Crowley and Pesmerga, and that'll be all 108. So, basically, in order to march on Gregminster, we had to either attack the Fortress of Quanda or the Floating Fortress, and Matthew decided we're going to make a bunch of ice boats and attack the fortress. Sonia does not have to be 108. And I have... So this war fight is... it's also free in the same way that Malik's was, in that Sonia has one predetermined turn. She will always use magic on the first turn, so we're going to use dragons. And then she will only do charge, bow, or charge. So we're going to charge. And... if she happens to use bow, then we can use magic. But otherwise, we're gonna do spam charge. I think people assume that you have to have everybody before this part because of cutoffs like Leon. Alright, well, she's dead, so... I didn't even have a chance to use magic, because she used bow at the very end. Alright. We didn't get an autosave, so we're going to take a safety save, just in case. Recruit Cleo, Luke, Linshiel, Tengar. If I didn't get Buddhas for Necklord, I would buy a few here because the Sonia fight can be a pain in the ass. I got the sound set again. That's the second straight run I've gotten the sound set in like one try. Tai Ho and Quanda got massacred. He should this boss should die in 2 turns. I think. Yep, no problem. I don't think I needed to use Black Shadow on it, but I did anyway. Glennshiel has a Thunder Rune attached to him. That's why we use him. He's also, like, most of the growth rates in this game, like stat growth game, are like rank 1 to 8, and he's like a rank 6 magician. Like his magic is a rank 6 growth. So he's a pretty good magician, and he has a Thunder Rune fixed to him, which gives him access to high level spells. Also, I just randomly got a Flowing Orb drop. Let's go for another one, why not? It's funny because Alan, his cohort, has a Rage Rune attached, which is a high-level Fire Orb. And he's like he has like a rank 5 magic growth or so. Like, his magic is worse than Glennshield's by far. Alright, Judgment, and then throw Lightning and Earthquakes at her. Victor is defending because he misses most of the time, and I just assume not even bother. So, yeah, she dies in 2 turns, but she still got 2 turns off because she's fast as hell. Well, I think they poured oil. So I think that's what's on fire. But yes, they set the water on fire. That's a thing that happens. But yeah, it is oil. It is significantly funnier to imagine it as water. But yeah, the plan was, once we escaped, they were going to set everything on fire and burn the place to the ground. But instead, Sanchez stabbed Matthew and set it on fire early, trying to kill us. But, too bad for him. Well, Matthew's not dead yet, so we can't harvest him for a spell. There's Sonia. The reason we waited until now to recruit Crowley and Pesmerga is because Victor has the Champion's Orb, and we wanted the Champion's Orb, or the Champion's Rune, for navigating this place and Necklord's castle. It's not going to prevent encounters from Necklords, but it's going to do as close as we can. Crowley will be using the final dungeon because he has a rank 8 magic growth, which is the best along with Luke. Alright, I got lost again. How is that so hard to navigate? I'm gonna have to practice that, I guess. It's, there's another blindfolded thing for the Haziness Orb, which is in Toran Castle. I used to get it because it's like $4,500 potch, but it's so hard to navigate the tunnel that it's in that I just skip it. But I need to get it now because I didn't know money was that tight. Also, that big encounter with 5 enemies is still showing up because of the Champion's Rune formula. But we can let it go, obviously, because we're level 50-something. Like, that's the only enemy formation that shows up, I believe. And I got 3 of them on my way up. That's pretty rare. No, we do not grab the Rage Rune. We don't need it. It's the thing that, like, there's not really bosses that are weak to fire. That's the 4th one. Jeez. Most bosses are weak to, like Earth is our main damage dealer. Earth and Lightning. But yeah, the only encounter that's going to show up is that group of 5. So, like, the encounter rate's all sorts of weird anyway, because sometimes like, I've gone all the way up Moravia without a single encounter before, and then I've gone in, like, a single room has had 2 or 3 encounters. Alright, so I did not forget to heal, so I don't need to heal, but on the off chance that the last war battle trolls us, I'm gonna safety save again. So, back in the day, my route involved Sonia being the last recruit, and at one point, I forgot to get her. So I lost 5 minutes because I had saved before Shazar's and I had to do that whole dungeon again. So that's the benefit of Crowley and Peshmerga being after Sonia. I'm not gonna forget those. I'm not gonna forget all three of them. And also, it's in bold in my notes. Go get Sonia. Alright. So, this last war battle has... Uber has a 6-turn rotation. And he always charges on the 3rd turn. The other 5 turns are charge, bow, magic in some order. If he does not bow first turn, then the fight is basically free. Which is a 1 in 5 chance of happening. It's 1 in 5 chance that he does bow. So, I guess we'll see what happens. Also, the Imperial Army is so dilapidated, their front line is led by Uber, who's a mercenary, and Kanan. That's what they're reduced to. Alright, this is turn 1. They did not bow. So, we're gonna ninja. They're gonna charge. And this is Uber's charge. The ninjas should take care of this. The opal took me like 15 minutes. Also, the estimate was way off anyway. I did the estimate before I did a run, which was a gigantic mistake. And also, besides the opal, everything else cooperated. Again, this is the second straight run I've done where all the RNG elements besides the opal were fine. And the opal was an incredible slog. I'm glad we lowered it. The original estimate you put down was 6 hours. That would have been a disaster. It's already a disaster. But I can at least let the credits roll. That'll eat up 20 minutes. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, there's a mistake. So... there you go. Here's another minute or two. I needed to add people to my party. I don't know if I can kill the guy with Yeah, I meant to add those people. So we'll just pretend that I added those people. Attach the Mother Earth to Flick. Attach the Earth to Crowley. I got a 353 yesterday, so I don't think this is... Alright. I'm gonna buy way too many Buddhas. I'm just gonna go ahead and say in advance, if anyone's taking notes off of this video, this is way too many Buddhas. I'm just doing it because it's a marathon run, and I have the money, and we need to kill time anyway. Because Flick has way less MP. Because Flick has the Mother Earth rune, he has access to earthquakes. Flick can do 3 earthquakes. And for Crowley, it's a difference of like 6 versus 7, or 5 versus 7, or something like that. No, it is the spell that's stronger than Earthquake is not an attack spell. I don't remember what exactly it does, but it is not useful for what we want. So we're gonna fight one of these soldier fights, and then we're gonna run out and heal. So there are 12 forced soldier fights in the castle. We are gonna fight this one because it's close and go back and heal, and then we're gonna come back and do the rest. Alright, because I feel daring, I'm gonna go heal in Rockland. If we fight an encounter, that could be trouble. But the inn at Gregminster is closed, so we have to either... safety save just in case. We're gonna... we either have to heal here, or warp back to base, heal there, then warp back to Gregminster. Oh boy. I probably could bribe that fight. I'll remember that. I keep forgetting that I have an abundance of money at this point. So after buying the Buddhas, I can pretty much bribe anything I want. Unless I get like... I think if I bribe more than 2 encounters, I'm in trouble. Also, we rely on Earth because the Golden Hydra has 3 heads. Each head has different resistances, but none of the heads are immune to Earth. So, like, one of the heads is strong against Earth, but the other 2 are neutral. So Earth is the fastest way to kill it. So, in order to kill the Golden Hydra optimally, we want to save... Like, we're gonna do... Like, we have to kill these encounters with either Earthquakes, or Hells, or a double Voice of Earth. We need to save 4 Earthquakes on each person. Because the Golden Hydra is going to take 4 turns to kill if we spam Earthquakes. So once we run out of Hells, we're going to use other people's Earthquakes to kill these mobs. Yeah, I love the music in this area. It's actually, I think it's one of my favorite tracks in this game. Is the last dungeon Gregminster music. All right, Luke has 2 earthquakes to spare, so we can use his. Luke will have 5 or 6 at this point. Crowley will probably have 1 or 2 to spare. 1, all right. And now we could use Hellions, but Hellion is slower than some of the soldiers. So we don't care. We're just gonna, like, the soldiers don't hit that hard. So we can either have Hellion use her spare earthquakes or have double voice. Like that. This is the alternative. Hellion needs 95 speed to tie the soldiers, but she usually doesn't get that. Alright, and that's the last soldier fight. So now we just have... this fight might be my time from yesterday. I don't remember how long this part takes. It probably doesn't take 11 minutes, but who knows? I don't know. I don't really... The problem if this beats my time is that I have to go back and do splits because I didn't do splits. But it's whatever. I think the heads have 10,000 health on normal, so we're gonna Final Judgment the middle head because the middle head is resistant to earth. So the judgments will do a little extra damage. Like the earthquakes are doing... The earthquakes are doing 800 damage to the side heads and 400 to the middle. I don't really know. I assume that was healing, but I don't know how much. It might mean this takes a 5th turn. Thanks, Victor. Alright. This is the 4th turn, so we'll see if it dies this turn. If not, I'll have to use Guy's voice. Well. There we go. There's the side heads. And there we go. There's the middle head. Oh, okay. It's a revive. I assume it's a partial revive, not a full. I mean, if you killed one of the heads first, it would use it. But I'm guessing the AI just wasn't up to being like, no, only use this if another head is gone. I don't think I've seen him use it too often. It's predominantly damage. But as is obvious, like, I did not need to buy 4 Buddhas per person. I just kind of buy them to have them. But I probably need like 2 Buddhas each. And that's it. And now Barbarossa's going to throw himself and Windy off a cliff. What's the joke that people say this is a load-bearing emperor? Because he died, because he jumps off a cliff, now the castle's gonna fall down? So fun fact, if you bring one of the great generals to your party here, they actually stay on the roof. They don't, like, they leave your party there. So if you fought the final boss with, like, Sonia, Malik, and Kasim, you would have Victor and Flick only for the escape. And now we have to do this last screen without the Champion's Orb, so we might get an encounter. Alright, we didn't. We're lucky. And now we just hold down turbo until the text boxes stop. So regardless of who is in your final party, I'm pretty sure the people who show up here are always the same. I mean, except if Pa's dead, he's probably not here. But, like, I think if Tengar... Like, Tengar's in your any percent party, usually. And if she's in your final party, she still shows up here. So I presume it's the same if you had Cleo or Humphrey or whoever else. Wow, this is going to be a 349, I think. I was not expecting that. There we go. There's time. That's so stupid. I'm so stupid with my estimate. I should have done a run before I gave an estimate, was the problem. No, I mean, besides the Opal grind, which took like 10 minutes, everything else was really good. I mean, good to really good, in terms of luck. My execution is obviously very sloppy, but it wasn't awful, I guess. The problem is, if the Opal grind is not as bad, then that makes Pawn more vulnerable for the TO duel. So I can't just say like, oh, just chop 10 minutes off for the Opal grind and it's good. Well, then Pawn's like level 29, and it takes more hits to kill TO. So that's the issue. Yeah, I'm trying to think. The kobolds were fine. I mean, my standards for RNG for this stuff, I try to keep my standards relatively lax because there's like so many different elements in this run. Like, I have the kobolds fight, I have the Tai Ho dice game, I have the wheel, obviously. I can't lose anybody in the Quanda war battle. There's the pawn duel. There's my money route working out with Gaspar. So, and that's just that stuff. There's the pawn duel, there's the opal drop, there's the urn drop. The urn drop was like, that couldn't have gone better because it literally happened on the way to the Dragon's Den. I got lucky in that I got a 3 Holly Master fight, and then I got even luckier when the thing dropped, so... It does, but it doesn't. Like, it's 3 years later in a different area, but there are characters from this game that show up in 2. And you do make a trip to Gregminster at one point. So the next run is, I think it's Mabawin doing 108 star with 108 star in Suikoden 2 with pre-order bonuses. The pre-order bonus, for anyone who doesn't know, is like 57,000 potch, a fortune orb, and a prosperity orb. The fortune orb gives you double XP on whoever has it, and the prosperity orb gives you double money. I thought about mostly as I don't really want to do a lot of runs with the pre-order bonus because the pre-order bonus is only available if you pre-ordered it. If they made it widely available, I would think about routing it. I think what it would do for this game is it would give you more money, obviously. Like it makes gearing up pawn a lot easier. And you could attach the fortune rune in a couple places to kind of level boost people. Like I did this in a casual playthrough. With the DLC enabled, I attached the fortune rune on Victor for the kobold fight, and instead of getting to level 22, he got to level 32. Which I think gives him an extra shredding for Gigantes and Dragon, which is nice, but I think if I ever did runs with the DLC, it would be 108 hard mode or any percent hard mode. I mean, I'll probably play around with routing easy and hard at some point, just to do it, because it'd be nice to have it available if somebody wants to do it at some point. That's always been my goal with routing and running this game, is that I know that my execution is never going to be on the level of like better runners, but if I can have routed it and have notes for people, then I can enable other people to learn it, which is nice to do. But in the case of like 108 for this game, so far nobody else has wanted to learn it. I mean, people will, I'm sure, eventually, but like so far I'm the only one who's been that crazy. It's been 3 weeks, so I'm sure in time runners will come, but it's a lot of little RNG checks to have to deal with. And since I'm way underestimated, I'm just gonna let the credits roll. I gotta see if there's a... Alright, I need to see if they want me to cut stream or just let the credits roll. Yeah, I figure at some point Tom and Zero will pop in and do something. So, like, and I'm gonna do any percent runs at some point. I don't expect to be good, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah. The major differences with this game, from a speedrun perspective, is the RNG manip is no longer exists as it is. It might be in there, but so far, I don't think anybody's found anything. Casually, the blinking mirror is now a key item, so you can't lose it. The holy rune is no longer a thing. You can dash anywhere. What else? The portraits are obviously redone. The backgrounds are redone. I mean, that's obvious. That's cosmetic. The George's minigame is harder. Marco's game is no longer predetermined pattern. I mean, the stallion thing doesn't change much here because he is an automatic recruit, and I already brought Stallion to Cave of the Past. I don't remember if I brought him to Moravia. I think I did, just because I needed somebody with a holy rune, and Victor is kidnapped. I mean, I kind of suspected the holy rune would be gone because they showed dashing in the previews, but as soon as I could when I played casually, I made a beeline to Kaku to see if the holy rune was in the shop, and it wasn't. So it's like, alright, the holy rune's just gone now. But yeah, whenever we're ready to switch over, I'm gonna basically cut stream, and then Mobawin is gonna start a 108 with pre-order Suikoden 2 run. So that'll be fun to watch. You ready? All right. I might let these original credits... I think these credits are almost done, but basically this is... If you didn't know, this blue background, these are the credits from the original version, and they basically have these, and then they cut to the remaster credits. But I'll just cut stream when these are done. I don't know, maybe I should. Maybe I should just go ahead and cut, because I think they're changing the schedule around because to accommodate runners, because we're ahead. Alright. So, yeah. Well, that was the end of the original credits, so... If you're ready to start now, I can go ahead and stop. Alright, they tweaked the schedule, alright. Because I know Zero has a time thing. And if we were way ahead, it would ruin his schedule, so I'm glad that got fixed. Zero's running any %2 hard mode, I believe. Yeah, Zero's right after Babawin now. Alright, there you go. Alright, well, I'm going to go ahead and cut stream, but don't go anywhere, because a 108 star run on 2 is up next, and you don't want to miss that. So, thanks everybody for tuning in. Sorry I ruined the schedule with my bad estimate. If we do another one of these, I'll have a better estimate. But, yep, that's it for 108 star.